transportation system will create new opportunities for growth for Stamford, as well as support our entire region, because as we like to say, Stamford is really the gateway into Connecticut. So this transit hub is so critical for the whole state. Specifically, the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council is an important advocate for commuters throughout the state. And so I'm really looking forward to getting to be a part of this important council to make sure that Stamford's voice is heard, but also to make sure that we are advocating for broader goals throughout the state. And I so want to thank this committee. I want to thank the governor's office for this wonderful opportunity. And I want to thank State DOT for all of your partnership regarding supporting transportation across our state. So really looking forward to the opportunity to serve, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor, and congratulations on your nomination, and of course your willingness to serve on this important committee. You know, when I talk to either my constituents or even just friends about their ability to take rail, the question of the last mile always comes up, meaning that last gap from getting from Union Station to the last to their final destination. What do you see the role of the council being, working with municipalities or even private investors to try to offer some options for the last mile?
Yeah, sure. Important question. So I think, overall, the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council plays a very important role in advocating for all of our commuters across the state on all of our key railroad lines, including the New Haven line, the New Canaan, Danbury, and Waterbury branches, as well as Shoreline East, and the planned New Haven, Hartford, Springfield line, which is also going to be very essential for economic development and connectivity for our state. And I think with respect to the last mile, I know that the Commuter Rail Council is a strong voice for expanding rail service across our state, for getting more high-speed rail, for encouraging more commuters to take the train. Unfortunately, ridership declined obviously a lot during the pandemic, but we are seeing an uptick in numbers. And I think the more that we can do to partner with the council, DOT, and leaders across municipalities to encourage commuters to take our rail lines and make the necessary improvements to support commuter experience, the better off we'll be. And I think we can get close to completing that last mile, to your question.
That's great. And then, as a mayor of a major municipality here in Connecticut, just curious on your thoughts of the importance of a strong kind of rail and transportation system when it comes to attracting and retaining a workforce.
Oh, it's absolutely essential. In Stamford specifically, we have a number of businesses. We have a number of Fortune 500 companies and other big corporate businesses that have workers who commute every day from New York City and other locations into our train station here in Stamford. And their ability to have safe, reliant, quick rail service is essential. And then more broadly, we know this is essential for connectivity across the state, particularly with traffic on I-95, traffic on the Merritt. If we can't get workers to work on time, that impedes economic growth. In fact, the Connecticut Business Industry Association, CBIA, does an annual survey every year of top business concerns and needs. And over the past several years, one of the top concerns has been transportation and the bottlenecks that take place on our highways. And so I think having high-speed, efficient rail, having more connectivity is essential to be able to get workers into the workplace, but also for being able to get goods from point A to B. The more we can get cars off the road, the more that can help trucks get through our highways. So overall, rail, I think, is essential to our economy statewide and to getting our workforce to work.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments. And then my last question is a little bit more selfish. I represent the city of Hartford here, and the Hartford line has been an incredible asset over the last couple of years, getting the connectivity from Springfield down to New Haven. So I guess my question or I guess comment would be the importance of expanding the Hartford line up to get us from Hartford to Boston. I think there's an opportunity there with working with the state of Massachusetts and Worcester. So would love the support of the Rail Council to to make sure that does happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Representative, for that advocacy. I do agree that that's another essential component of connectivity for the state. I know there's a lot of people in Hartford who commute into Massachusetts and vice versa. There's a number of commuters from Massachusetts that come into Hartford. Specifically, one of my colleagues or former colleagues and friends, Senator Eric Lesser, has been a big proponent of that, and I know has worked closely with the Hartford delegation and Hartford Mayor Bronin on that. On ultimately the plan to try to get rail connectivity from Hartford to Boston. So I think that's another essential piece. The same way kind of down here in Stamford, we look at how important it is to have connectivity to New York City. I think likewise for Hartford, to have that connectivity to Boston is crucial and would really be a game changer for the state to have those two cities connected.
I agree. I can't agree with you more. And again, thank you for being here. Congratulations on your nomination. And more than anything, thank you for your willingness to serve. We all know how busy you are down in Stamford. So thank you. And with that, I'll open it up to other committee members, starting with Co-Chair Duff.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mayor. How are you?
Good morning, Senator. Good to see you.
You as well. Thank you. I just wanted to just take a moment to say thanks for serving on the Commuter Rail Council. I think it's important to have your voice there. So I appreciate, as the mayor of one of the fastest growing cities in the state, to take the time to add your voice to an important part of our state function is extremely important. And just I guess, to add on to what my co-chair said about the Hartford line, and we certainly remember Senator Lesser, Eric Lesser from Massachusetts, advocating for the Hartford to Springfield and then Springfield to Boston. You and I would agree that the better Hartford does, the better Stamford and Norwalk do, and vice versa. And our state is so small that we have to be looking at all avenues and all venues, especially as it relates to our transportation infrastructure. More parochially, I would say to you is that I think we have this kind of chicken and egg scenario in our neck of the woods, because we're fighting right now, as you know, and you could probably look out your window and you see I-95 and the traffic. The traffic is back to pre-COVID unbearable levels again. But we don't have 100% train service. And I think that we need to make sure that we are advocating for full rail service back to pre-pandemic levels, so we can give people the options of taking the train. So I don't know if you had any thoughts on that or what you're seeing from your perches, Mayor Stanford.
Sure. Thanks, Senator. And absolutely agree with you just how important Hartford is to the whole state and how important kind of the Norwalk Stanford corridor is as well to Fairfield County and the whole region. So, absolutely. I know with respect to your point about traffic, you're right. I can look out my window right now and see the traffic on 95. And I know there's been a lot of traffic, particularly in our corridor here between Stamford and Norwalk, that we have to address. And I think the more we can encourage commuters to take the train, the more we can guarantee safe, reliable, on-time train service, increase, both amenities and services and the frequency of trains. I know that's a challenge that I've heard from workers. There used to be so many more trains, but with ridership not up to pre-pandemic levels, I think that's something we have to work on to have more time available, and then also looking at different amenities that we can bring back to encourage people to take the trains. Things like they used to have the bar card and food options, and a lot of those things that have been cut. And then I think also just basic things like having a parking space that's guaranteed when you get to the train, so people can get to the train station and it's an easy, smooth process. So right now we're completing, thanks to the help of the state, to your all advocacy as well as DOT, we're completing a 900 parking spot garage adjacent to our Stamford train station that's going to have a pedestrian walkway. And that's something that's critical because our old parking garage is really deteriorating and unsafe. So I think that was a challenge for a while. If people couldn't drive or get to the train station and have a spot to park, it's pretty difficult to have a smooth commute. Another thing is just encouraging alternative modes to get to the train station. So we're also adding bike racks and EV chargers and working on a longer term plan to make it more pedestrian friendly, because right now it's a bit of a death trap around our train station. So the more we can just make our train station more accessible, make the process smoother for commuters, and make it as convenient and as efficient as possible, I think the better off it will be.
Thank you. And actually that's a good point you raise. What are the plans for the old garage? Because I've seen many times where the new garage is being built. But what are the plans for, is the plan from the state to knock down the old garage and rebuild again over there?
Yes, really important question. We get this question nearly every week from people who are interested in that property, and also just commuters who want to know what's going on. So the plan is to demolish the old parking garage. It's likely going to happen by the end of this year or early next year. And then I know that DOT is going to be working on the scope and parameters of an RFP for that property. But ultimately, it's been determined that, due to the structural challenges and the condition of that old parking garage, that it's going to be demoed.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thanks for that update. As somebody who I bring my son to the Sanford train station when he's going back to college via Amtrak, and there's certainly good things happening there and some challenges I'm sure you're more than aware of. I would also just, this is not a question, Mayor, just point out that we also have the Danbury line, which is important. And I don't know if Representative Godfrey is on here yet, but he would point that out. And we have the Merit 7 train station that's almost done, that has been improved. So there are good things and good investments happening in our rails. It's just we need good voices like Mayor Simmons to continue that out. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate your willingness to serve all the other things you have to do in your city, and we certainly appreciate it here, and we miss you. Take care. We'll see you soon.
Thanks so much, Senator. Miss you all too. And Senator, thank you as well for all of your advocacy for the Norwalk Walk Bridge and all the funding you've been able to get in partnership with DOT, because that's also a critical component of this whole corridor.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. Representative Yacarino, followed by Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mayor Simmons, for stepping up to want to serve on this rail commission. Appreciate your advocating. Sorry for the background noise. Anyway, a question. What I've always envisioned, and I know you're going to be new on the rail commission, but a line from say Hartford to the airport to Bradley or Brainerd. I would hope that people would continue to advocate for that. I think it's important for our travel and our state. And I don't know what your feelings are on that, but I think it's vitally important.
Absolutely. I think that's an important line to advocate for as well. And I will add that to my list. I'm taking notes of all of the priorities of this committee, and I absolutely think that's a critical piece too.
I apologize for the background noise, but if you, like what Senator Duff said, if you look out your window, the traffic coming from New York City or New York in general, then into Connecticut through Stamford, it's just it's so bottlenecked. And what is the right answer is definitely more, I think, rail and light rail. But I would love personally, and I don't think it's ever going to happen, unfortunately, to see more almost like electric, almost like a trolley in cities like Stamford and New Haven or Waterbury and Norwalk, because they're so clean, they're so efficient, and they could bring people to the train station, or they could bring people. It's easier to get around in something like that. And I personally think it's a good investment, but it's for another day. But I think would really help your city and all cities in our state. And it's, I think, more efficient than buses, a standard bus.
Sure. I think that's a great point, Rep. Yacarino. And in fact, we're actually looking at, we do have a trolley system in the south end of Stamford, and we are looking at, there are some federal funds available right now for things like trolleys and, green transportation, or even like an electric trolley system that we could look at to expand. So we are looking at trying to apply for some federal funds to expand that, because you're right, that could help get more cars off the road and reduce the traffic.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you stepping up. That's my only questions. I wish you the best, and it's great seeing you. And thank you for your service. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Representative. Great to see you too.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gresco, followed by Representative Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good seeing you, Madam Mayor, and congratulations on your nomination. My question revolves around the Commuter Rail Council itself. It's been no secret that the council feels that their recommendations, their suggestions often fall on deaf ears. And I'm wondering how, once you are confirmed, you would bring a sort of a strategy to the Rail Council to get the ear of the Department of Transportation.
Or thanks, Rep. Gresco, for that question. And I do think you're right that we need to make sure that all the good projects this council is advocating for have the ears of DOT. So I really want to make sure that I'm doing everything I can to help kind of bridge those communications. You know, we do talk, our Stanford team talks regularly with the DOT commissioners team, and we have a number of projects related to our train station and rails that also kind of overlap with what the council is advocating for. So to the extent that I can help raise up issues from the council to DOT, absolutely want to help be that advocate. And then also likewise working with you all in the legislature, because you all are such an important partner in this, you know, with the legislature's transportation committee, and, you know, all of you all as well, when there's legislation that the council recommends that we want to get through the House and Senate. Look forward to being an advocate and partnering with you all on that as well.
Again, Madam Mayor, congratulations on your nomination. Looking forward to working with you again on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Figueroa.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the delay. I'm having some issues with my Wi-Fi. But in any case, good morning, Madam Mayor. It is such a pleasure to have you before this committee. I am happy to see that you will be also nominated to this committee, to this council. I am sure that you will be a great asset to it. With that said, I understand that Connecticut currently does not have a representative on the MTA board. Am I correct? Are you aware of that?
I was not aware of that, but if that is the case, that's definitely something we should look into.
And that will lead me to my next question. I want to know whether you think that we should have one, and if we do, what will the benefits will be? Should we be lucky enough to have a member to join that board?
Yeah, I absolutely think that Connecticut should have a board member. I'm just looking at their website right now, and I believe you're correct. It doesn't look like there is Connecticut representation. So I think that's definitely something we could raise up with the council and with DOT.
And I think this is what I am purposely asking the question, because knowing what we don't have one, and knowing, you know, what we know about the needs of having representation at the MTA, I think maybe you as a member, Madam Mayor, perhaps could look into it and see if we could gain a seat into that board.
Yes, thanks, Representative Figueroa, and I will definitely look into that, and I can raise that up through the Commuter Council and with DOT as well. Yes,
thank you. And I think that was my only question, and the other members have already asked a few good questions. So good luck on your nomination, and have a blessed day, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Madam Mayor, we do have one last question we ask every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for spending your morning with us. Congratulations again, and look forward to supporting you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee. Great to see you all. All
right, moving right along. Second item on Today's agenda is another House Joint Resolution for review. This is the nomination of D. Lincoln Woodard of Glastonbury to be a member of the Judicial Review Council.
Good morning. How are you? Good, good. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Oh, please turn on your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, Chairman Duff. Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, ranking members Yacarino and Kelly, Chairman Concepcion, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for considering my nomination to serve on the Judicial Review Council as an attorney member. I was here before you last year when you actually, you kindly honored my request, and approved my nomination to serve as an alternate member. And I hope to continue my service and bring valuable perspective to the council over these next years as a full voting member. Just a little bit about myself. I'm the managing attorney of the firm of Walsh Woodard in West Hartford. My practice primarily involves litigation, civil litigation involving representing individuals or their estates who have suffered injury or death as a result of negligence, medical malpractice, or some other professional malpractice. My legal career began with 4 years as a prosecutor in New York, and before returning to my home state in Connecticut with my wife and family. I then spent 5 years as a defense attorney, civil defense attorney, before joining attorney Mike Walsh in my current firm for the last 23 years. Most of our clients come to us through other attorneys who either practice in other areas or feel they need our expertise for more complex litigation matters. We like to believe that the reason they trust us to assist their clients is because we practice law with competency, integrity, and empathy for our clients and act in their best interests. Details of my other experience, qualifications, and peer recognitions are in the attached biography that was submitted. The courts are where I spend my most important and invigorating time in practice. A highly competent and trusted judiciary, I believe, is integral to an effective democracy. And I knew little of this council before my nomination last year, but in my brief experience, I now truly appreciate the critical role that this collaborative council performs to address complaints that are submitted about judges and also the disability applications that are submitted to the council. If approved, I hope my experience will continue to add value to the deliberations and important work of the council. And I thank you for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And, I said to my co-chair, I was like, I think I remember you here, but it could have been like 5 or 6 years ago.
It was last year.
It was actually last year. So I feel like I'm not going completely crazy there myself. That it was pretty recent. What is the difference between an alternate member and a regular member? Is it just voting?
Yeah, just voting. So if a attorney member can't make it, I believe we have to have 3 attorneys on that can vote, and so you just fill in. But we attend the meetings and participate and provide our impressions.
Just without voting as an alternate member.
Just to not vote.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. You just came here last year. You obviously made it through the legislative process pretty easily, if I recall correctly. And I know that we all appreciate your willingness to step up on this. We heard from somebody the other day on the Judicial Review Council as well. And interesting of the amounts of complaints that come, I guess, every month that I'm not sure that we're always aware of, but you're the body to help resolve some of those issues as they come forward. So I will leave it there and see if Representative Yacarino, if you have any questions at all. No, I don't see him here. Okay, any questions from members of the committee? Senator Moore.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Mr. Woodard, I heard you say that you didn't even realize that this even existed before coming on board. Neither did I. I was there last year also when you came in. You completed half of a year or half of a term. Can you tell us how you came into the last time?
How I came in, I believe there were vacancies, a number of vacancies on the committee, and I was someone reached out to me from the governor's office to see if I would be willing to serve and fill serve as an alternate member, which was just a long time vacancy on the committee.
All right. So that's what I should have said, that you filled a vacancy. So on that committee, what was like one of the most surprising things that you thought that you would have to vote on?
I don't know if there was anything that was particularly surprising about what we had to vote on. I think just what I didn't realize is just the volume of the complaints that come through and need to be processed. And oftentimes it's people that aren't happy with their result and things like that. But overall, what I was most impressed about really was just the way the committee works together and listens, and the value of the lay members of the committee as well. That really gives a very different and important perspective to what we do.
And did you have an opportunity to sit on all of the reviews, or just the ones when someone wasn't available?
So I attended, I think, all but one of the meetings. I honestly can't recall how many of those I voted on, but I certainly participated in the process, and that was at the request of the chair, that those of us that that were alternates in any role that she wanted to hear from us as well, and wanted us to be active participants in the process.
Well, now you'll have an opportunity to do the full vote on it. I want to congratulate you on your renomination and wish you well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations on your nomination. This is my 9th year as a legislator, and I know when we go to vote on judges, and family court judges in particular, seems to be the most difficult position as a judge to be, or to have, I'll say. Could you speak to complaints regarding the family court judges, or is there a pattern there? What are the most frequent complaints, I guess, and how do you guys deal with those?
Well, much of what we do is confidential, so I'm not sure how much detail to get in, but just as a broad there certainly are probably a large volume of complaints that come in, family law versus some of the civil matters. I mean, I don't practice in family law, and I always kind of refer to it as a horrible system, but the best in the world for trying to resolve issues that are just oftentimes not well suited to be in court, but have to be, because there's just no other way to get things like that resolved. So, I think that it's just because of the emotions that are involved in the family court process that maybe perhaps that prompts complaints, but certainly it has nothing to do with the competency of those judges handling those challenging matters.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Senator. Let me see if there's any other questions from members of the committee. Seeing none. Seeing none. Thank you so much, sir. One last question that we always ask everybody, anything in your past that might prove to be embarrassing to this committee, to the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No, none that I'm aware of.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, next we have Brooke Foley of South Glastonbury to be a member of the Workers' Compensation Commission Advisory Council. Hi, Brooke. How are you?
I'm fine, Senator. How are you?
Good, thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And please provide an opening statement if you'd like.
Thank you. Committee Chair Senator Duff and Representative Concepcion, Vice Chair Senator Looney and Representative Godfrey, Ranking Member Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino, and other honorable members of the committee. My name is Brooke Foley and I'm a Glastonbury resident. It's an honor to have been nominated by Governor Lamont to serve on the Workers' Compensation Commission Advisory Board to represent the interests of Connecticut employers. I have been serving as an interim appointment on the board since September 2022, and have found the work to be important and rewarding. The Workers' Compensation Commission serves a critical role in facilitating the workers' compensation process to provide workers with compensation for injuries they suffer at work. The advisory board gives employers and employees a voice and allows them to provide direct input into the workers' compensation system. As general counsel of the Insurance Association of Connecticut, IAC, I represent the insurance industry, one of the state's largest employer groups. I'm in continuous contact with Connecticut insurers, and we discuss issues of importance to the industry as carriers providing insurance and also as employers with large numbers of employees. Prior to coming to the IAC, I served as a sessional legislative attorney at the Legislators Commissioner's Office during the 2019 and 2021 legislative sessions. I also served as a prosecutor at the Office of the Attorney General for the state of Nevada and as an attorney in the United States Air Force. My experience makes me uniquely suited to represent the interests of Connecticut employers before the Workers' Compensation Commission. If I am confirmed, I will faithfully represent the interests of employers and do all I can to assist the commission in accomplishing its important work. Thank you very much for your consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much. Have you been on the board? You said you've been serving as an interim appointment since September 22. And so this is a full term?
Yes, I've been to like 3 or 4 meetings.
Okay, and how long is the term for?
I
Let's see,
think
I have that. I
it's
probably
either
have that.
2 or years, 2 or 4. I think some people are appointed for 2 and some for 4, but I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, and what are, that's fine, no problem. I have it right here. And what do you think has been some of the things that you've kind of learned the most, I guess, from being on this board right now? Because like we heard with others, even our last person who testified is, many times people don't even realize these boards and commissions exist and they get on them. And there's, there's a kind of a wide range of things for them to learn about or to do. And so what has kind of been some of the things that you've learned, I guess, and some of the things that you feel based on your experience that you can contribute to?
Well, in my experience, I think it's very congenial. There are some real friendly people on there from the employer side and the employee side. So it's been interesting getting to know the other members of the board. We actually got to meet some judges who were coming up for renomination, and we got to hear from them. And then we talked about all the different issues, and we got to vote and participate in that process. So I found that to be very interesting.
That's great. And and the fact that you served as a sessional legislative attorney here in the building gives you some experience as well. And we certainly appreciate that as well. And your service as an attorney with the United States Air Force. That's great. So I think you're well suited to do this. And one of the good things about us here in Connecticut is that we had a lot of decreases in our workers' compensation costs over, I think it's at least 6 or 7 years now.
9 years.
9 years.
Yep.
See that, and I think that has been really thanks to your work and others that we've seen those costs go down, and that I think makes us more competitive as a state. It's not something that generally gets a lot of headlines, but is very important to the business community. So I think that's something that's really very important for us as a state. So continue your work on that. I will pass it off to Representative Yacarino if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you, Ms. Foley, for stepping up. So what did you volunteer for this position? Is it a volunteer position?
I
And
believe
did you
so.
volunteer? Say that
Yes.
again?
It's a volunteer position. I was contacted actually by my boss who became aware that there were actually several different vacancies on the board that they've been trying to fill for quite some time. And so I was nominated for the position that way.
Thank you.
Volunteer position.
And then obviously you're going to represent the interests of the companies, but I'm sure you look at it with a clear lens as far as each case or each case. Obviously the side of the company, but also the interest of the company is probably your foremost concern, but there are interests of also the worker or the employee.
Yes, it's very important to employers and employees also to make sure that everybody gets the care that they need for their injuries that they incur while they're at work, their injuries and their illnesses that they get while they're on the job, and to get them the care that they need so they can get back to work.
Right. No, I appreciate that answer. Well, I appreciate your stepping up. Obviously you have a good background in the service. I don't know if you serve, a friend of mine was an Air Force attorney. When I was in the Air, he's Lieutenant Colonel, Connecticut International Guard, but he's out in private practice now. Lieutenant Colonel Gallo, I don't know if you know him or not.
Well,
He
it's a
serves in,
small world, but I don't recognize that name.
no. But anyway, I appreciate your service and stepping up today. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Martin, followed by Representative Figueroa.
Thank you. Congratulations, Brooke.
Thank you.
A couple quick questions. Do you think the system, workman's comp system right now is balanced? You know, we have got, I think it's 4 members that represent the employers, 4 that represent the employees, and plus the chair. Do you think it works? Do you think anything needs to be changed? If not,
I think the advisory board right now is very congenial. I think it's been interesting to meet people from unions who are in the meetings. It seems balanced to me. I know there are some vacancies that do need to be filled. So I think it works really well. The Workers' Compensation Commission itself is a well-oiled machine. As far as I know, it was one of the agencies that continued operations through the pandemic. And I know they're dealing with some IT issues that they're trying to get their computer system up to speed, but as far as I know, it works really well, and everybody on the advisory board seems to work well together. So that's
so I haven't been an employer in the construction trade. I had to deal with workman's comp on a regular basis. Does the board offer suggestions to employers on ways to how they can better manage their claims, or suggestions as how they can keep their costs down?
That has not been part of the conversation since I've been there, but it's possible. I mean, I've only been on for a couple of months.
Yeah.
We've been mostly just meeting the judges since I got there.
Maybe that's maybe it's something that you can keep in mind in your, when you're at a meeting and you got an opportunity. I know the employers we're always looking for ways to reduce our overhead, right? Or our costs. So I have one last question. It's a little sensitive in that this past October, Bristol lost 2 police officers to a very tragic killings of our 2 police officers. And there are a lot of ramifications from that regarding PTSD. And not only from the police officers, but others as well that were first responders to that incident. Knowing that we have also in our history, us meaning state of Connecticut, Sandy Hook, and we had to deal with PTSD and workman's comp here for those state troopers who were first responders there. Do you think that there's a better way of taking care, instead of going through a workman's comp, is there a better way of handling those claims rather than having a municipality handle that burden by itself?
I don't know what the answer to that is. I know there's lots of legislation in this session right now about PTSI and how to handle that. And I think it's a very tricky situation. And the employers obviously have issues about costs if PTSI workers' comp benefits are expanded. I don't know what the answer is. I think it's important to get everyone the treatment that they need if they're affected by those issues. So I don't know. I know that's probably something that will be discussed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Ms. Foley. I have a single question. I have heard from a few people that there is a fraud problem in the workers' compensation system. I don't know whether this is true or not, but I would like to know as to whether the advisory board have any role in trying to prevent or limit, and what can we do to accomplish any solutions to this case that a few people have expressed, their concerns. And again, I don't know whether they're true or not, but I have heard about, and I don't know if you are aware of it,
I'm not aware of the concerns you're mentioning, so I don't know.
Representative, did you hear the answer?
Yes, I did, and I am sorry, somehow I got muted myself. I said, thank you for your honest answer. If you are not aware of it, I do not expect any answer. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Okay, any other questions from members of the committee? If not, thanks. We'll ask the last question, which is, do you have anything in your past that may, oh, thank you. Is there anything in your past that might prove to be embarrassing to the committee, to the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No, not to my
Okay,
knowledge.
thank you very
Thank you.
much. Okay, next is Gregory Noakes of Glastonbury to be reappointed as member of the Workers' Compensation Commission Advisory Council.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please provide an opening statement if you'd like and can ask questions.
Good morning, Chairman Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, and Ranking Members Kelly and Yacarino, as well as all members of the Executive Legislative Nominations Committee. It's my privilege to be here today to be appointed or reappointed, if you will, to the Workers' Compensation Advisory Board. I've served on that board for many years. Currently, I'm an executive advisor with the Middlesex Health System, prior to which I was, for several years, the health system's Vice President of Human Resources and Counsel. Before joining the health system, I practiced law in the field of labor and employment in Connecticut for nearly 30 years. For almost 25 of those, I was with the firm of Cummings and Lockwood, and following a merger in 2003, was then with McCarter and English. Through the years in private practice, I represented employers in a wide variety of different sizes and industries, with respect to any and every issue that might come out of the workplace, but several of those directly or indirectly related to workers' compensation, safety and health, leaves of absence, return to work limitations, accommodations of employees with disabilities, and retaliation. Among other human resources and administrative responsibilities with the health system, I continued to handle the same sorts of employment issues for the system as an employer as I had in private practice. But I also was responsible for the system's employee health department and occupational medicine group. The health system has about 3,000 employees. They work in a wide variety of occupations and settings. In addition to the acute care hospital, the health system has 2 full-service emergency centers that are 24-hour operations, a large network of primary care offices, an outpatient surgery center, a cancer center, and a large home care department. So many of the so that with this variety of occupations, there's a wide variety as well of work environments with which someone, with which an employer as well as employees need to be concerned. Many of the employees' occupations also, from a safety standpoint, affect not just the employee themselves, but also coworkers, patients, and even visitors to facilities. I think my background has given me a broad-based perspective regarding the importance of workplace safety and preventive practices, as well as a chance to appreciate the many difficulties and challenges to effective worker rehabilitation. I've been a member of the advisory board since 2010. The board provides input regarding administrative and policy issues, and as you heard previously, its most important role has been to consider and provide recommendations with regard to the reappointment of commissioners who are, well, now administrative law judges would be their title. Though I think that summarizes my background. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. And thank you for your willingness to serve. Based on, and again, just going back to what we said to the last witness is that, workers' compensation rates have gone down for the last 9 years, which is really remarkable. I don't know that any other state has had that success over the years. And I think that's testament to some of the work that's done on the Workers' Compensation Commission Advisory Board. How do you, I mean, you talked a little bit about this in your testimony, but can you just be a little more specific, I guess? And, you have a very interesting background. And how does that translate into trying to keep our rates down or help in that, advise in that process?
Well, I am an employer representative on the board. The board is structured with 4 employer and 4 employee representatives. And so from an employer perspective, I think that there's been, expanded acknowledgement and interest in preventing accidents to begin with. I mean, they're very expensive, and so it's been, as an example, at the health system, we tracked what's called a DART rate, which is accident rate, and it was one of our chief targets, if you will, with respect to the executive dashboard. So I mean, but I think that employers have taken a somewhat holistic approach, and it depends again on the nature of the industry, and as with everything else over the years, employees' duties morph into areas that they didn't before, and so it's been a constant process of adjustment. But I think that they've done very well. I think that the advisory board, the advisory board has functioned, I think, extremely well. The main emphasis again has been with respect to reappointment of commissioners, but we do discuss a variety of other issues, including pending legislation, just with respect to input. Well, we've never testified regarding any of those initiatives, but I'm not sure I responded to your question.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, there's not a necessarily specific way to respond to that. It's a more of a holistic approach, and being a part of the conversation, I guess, is probably how it
Well,
works.
certainly, it's very expensive for employers to have someone out of work, and in today, it's not only expensive, but the difficulty of finding somebody to fill that occupation, even on a temporary basis while someone is out recovering, is more of a challenge than it's ever been.
Right. Okay, well, thank you. And again, I thank both of you for stepping up to what is probably a mostly unknown board, that is though very important. I think it has a very, very important role in our state, from a business perspective and employer perspective, employee perspective. And, I do think that there's a large role here, and So having our two nominees here today, I think are great, and we appreciate your stepping up. So those are my questions and comments. Any questions? Sure. I'm gonna hand it over to my co-chair.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. No real questions. Congratulations, by the way, on is it a renomination?
Yes,
How long have you served on the board?
I was almost surprised to look back and see that I was originally appointed under Governor Rell's administration. So that's my tenure.
That's great. Can you just, because as Chairman Duff mentioned, not a lot of people understand this board. Can you just take us through what a typical meeting, do you guys meet monthly?
We meet, it's been bi-monthly for the most part.
Great. Can you just take us through what a typical meeting might look like, what you guys discuss and all that?
A typical meeting begins with an update from the chairman of the Workers' Comp Commission, Stephen Morelli. And I have to say, Commissioner Morelli and his predecessor, John Mastrapetro, and the entire staff do a wonderful job. But so he gives us an update with respect to matters that may be coming here to the legislature for new statutes. We discuss problems that may have come up with regard to a particular issue, but our principal role is to evaluate the performance of the commissioners, who, again, I think, and they're now administrative law judges, their title, but they have been very strong as a group. And I think one of the things that, I won't say it surprised me, but it impressed me, the extent of the diligence and commitment that all of them represent. And with extremely rare exception, we have voted in favor of reappointment. In fact, on any voting matter, I don't think there's ever been more than a one vote, one negative vote, if you will. So, I mean, that's basically it. And then a discussion of what we would be expecting next, and if for the next meeting, and which commissioners might be coming before us, et cetera.
Got it. Well, I appreciate that. And again, congratulations on your nomination and your long commitment to this advisory council. Thank you, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Martin.
All right. Congratulations, Greg.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask the same questions I asked the previous nominee. Do you think the system's working the way the way we currently have it? And if are there any changes you feel that we should make?
I think it's working very well. From a financial standpoint, as you know, the rates have improved. One of the things that we look at when evaluating the administrative law judges' performance is the commission does a surveys hundreds of cases, if you will. And again, with rare exception, it's not like a bell curve. I mean, everybody is up at the high end, with the exception of, one or two outliers. So the employee representatives, certainly feel that they're being protected as well. So I think it's doing quite well. I believe you had asked about PTSD, or you had mentioned that tragedy, and that is a live issue. It's an extremely difficult one, as my predecessor speaker indicated. And I can say, as an employer, it's extremely difficult to evaluate that sort of a claim. And so trying to put guardrails while acknowledging that definitely something needs to be done. It's an area that I think involves being grappled by a whole host of entities, not just the workers' comp side.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I apologize. I skipped over Representative Yakarino by accident.
That's fine, Mr. Chair. I'm not there, so that's what I get. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Noakes, for stepping up. You've been on this board for a number of years, and we appreciate that. I guess I have a couple of questions, but you had mentioned the hospital systems. Is that all the systems, or I don't think I didn't hear if you said which system in our state.
Well, I was speaking with regard to my own experience of the Middlesex health system, although when I was in private practice, I represented several other hospitals on different issues. In fact, it was the Hospital Association that initially put me up for nomination years ago.
I would think there's been a lot of stress in the system during COVID, and since then with workers and the system itself.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the first part of the question.
I would think there was probably there might have been more cases during COVID in the hospital systems because of the stress of COVID and the long hours, and some people maybe either getting hurt or ill.
Absolutely. That's been an ongoing challenge, and it's exacerbating some of the difficulties in recruitment in the healthcare sector, particularly in some of the jobs that don't pay as well as others. And the systems, I think, have been very focused on protective equipment from the beginning with COVID. The social distancing, the masking, as you may have experienced, hospital systems stopped admitting any visitors with patients for extended periods of time. All of those restrictions have been loosened up somewhat, but that it has been a challenge. As I say, I guess my best response is it's been a significant challenge that is ongoing.
Well, I appreciate what you do in your team, and I appreciate Mr. Chair. Thank you for your indulgence, and it was fine because I'm not there. So thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Figueroa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Knox.
Good morning.
My question to you will be, do you believe that the state's workers' compensation system is adequately addressing the needs of both injured workers and their employers? I ask this question because working on the healthcare system and listening to many of my coworkers, I hear their frustration when they file. There are so many challenges that they face from the beginning through the end, and it takes forever, get a response back. So I don't know whether you are aware as to where the challenges are coming from. I don't know whether it comes from the employers or if it's coming from the system itself, from the institution. And if so, what do you think we could do to improve the services for those who get injured and perhaps to their employers if they are also being affected by it?
Well, I mentioned the preceding chairman, John Mascapetro. his focus always had been, and one of the statistics that the office keeps is days from filing to a hearing, for example. So there's been a focus on trying to keep that time reasonable. Now, employees have up to a year to file a claim after an injury. There's, I'm sure, certain institutional delays between the employer and the healthcare, I mean, the insurance company that is carrying that system's workers' comp coverage. So there's something there, but I don't, again, I think, you know, Chairman Mastropetro was very proud of the extent to which the time lag between filing and closing of a case had been lowered over a period of years. So I can't comment on the specific situations that your employees, that the employees who have spoken with you encountered. But, you know, I think that the administrative law judges, I won't say, it may be too strong to say bend over backwards, but they're very concerned about taking an even-handed approach, and they will assist a claimant in moving the case along if necessary. Some individuals do choose to handle things pro se as opposed to with an attorney. So, but I don't have any specific suggestions to make to improve this.
Okay, well, but I'm sorry to hear, you know, that you don't have any, but of course, maybe you will be able to give me a better answer if I was going to give you any specifics. So without having them, I guess it will be hard for you to answer. But
Well,
in any case, I do.
Again, there's a certain amount of delays inherent in a system in which the employee files a claim with the employer forwards it to its insurance carrier. The carrier then investigates, but normally there is interim compensation given while the claim is pending. So there is input from the insurance company and then a determination with respect to any medical input that might be necessary depending on the nature of the injury and whether it's you know, something that is, you know, obvious and everyone could relate to and understand, or whether it is something very esoteric. I give one example. Unfortunately, we had an employee manager, very skilled manager, who after the first vaccination, well, it was actually a flu shot vaccination. He had some sort of reaction that the doctors, by process of elimination, it took ages to go through. Well, could it be this? Could it be that? Could it be this syndrome or that sort of thing? So those sorts of complications, if you will, in a case can certainly extend it time-wise.
Thank you. I think that helps me to understand the process. So I see that it starts from the employee filing, and then the paperwork to the doctor, and then from the doctor it goes to the insurance. So there is a length. So that I could understand now. Thank you very much for helping me. and thank you for your answers. Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to ask the questions, and I yield the floor.
Thank you. Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly to Representative Figueroa, I'm happy to answer any workers' comp questions you have since I do practice in that area. And to the nominee, I just want to say that I really felt that the entire Workers' Comp Commission functioned about as flawlessly as possible during the COVID crisis. And I think that that is a reflection not only on the commission itself, but also all of you who oversee it. What do you see as the biggest challenge facing your council in the next term?
Well, I think that there will be, I'm not sure, the board's role is limited with respect to issues. We will discuss issues that may be controversial or involved with pending legislation, but we don't take votes on those sorts of discussions. And there's no formal input or work product, if you will, that comes out of that. It's more providing the chairman of the commission with perspective, either from the employer side or the employee side, about certain issues. One of the ones that I know is sort of live at the moment has to do with the exposure of first responders to various hazardous conditions. And, that's the sort of thing that we would get into discussion about, where are there appropriate guardrails that can be put on? Because when you get into the, a cancer diagnosis, for example, there are so many different opinions that someone might give that it's difficult to put something, I think, in writing that provides adequate breadth with respect to the issues. But I mean, that's so. In answer to your question, I don't see any particular challenges. I think we will continue to function as we have with regard to providing input on issues, and again, assessing the performance of the individual administrative law judges as their terms near expiration.
Okay. And are you a new nominee or a reappointment?
A reappointment.
Okay, and I apologize for asking questions that I should know the answer to if I was looking at my pieces of paper on you, but I don't have them in front of me. How long have you served on the council?
Since 2010. So
okay, so
years.
Yeah, you've seen a lot then over the past 13 years.
Yes.
For us as a legislature, is there anything that you've seen as a consistent issue on the advisory council that we should perhaps be addressing legislatively?
Not that I can think of. I mean, certainly from there are administrative issues that I know they struggle with that might be appropriate for some assistance by the legislature, but there's no a special program that I'm aware of anyway.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. And again, congratulations on your renomination, and we appreciate your willingness to serve.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. And we'll ask the final questions or anything in your past that might prove to be embarrassing to the committee, to the governor of the state of Connecticut
I don't believe so.
over the last 10, 12 years. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our final resolution, Senate resolution for review is Lance E. Hall of Windsor to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System Board.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. How are you all doing today?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, feel free to provide an opening statement if you like.
Good morning, Chairman Duff, Chairman Concession, Vice Chair Looney, Vice Chair Godfrey, and ranking members Kelly and Yacarino, and distinguished members of the Committee on Executive and Legislation nominations. It is with honor to appear today as a nominee of Governor Lamont to serve on the board of the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System. My name is Lance Hall, and I am currently the Director of the Physical Plant or Facilities at the Loomis Chaffee School in Windsor. I'm also a Howell Cheney Technical School graduate, so yes, I'm a Cheney Beaver for life. It is an honor to appear here before you today in front of you after 20 years of hard work, to have the privilege of overseeing an institution's interest in its vast workforce. I genuinely believe I am here today because of my strong values of hard work and having the opportunity to receive my trades training as a student at Cheney Tech. I believe I bring a unique and important perspective to the board, as simply put, I'm being a product of CTEX, or the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System. As a former student who has worked through various areas of the industry, I would like to bring my experience to the board to give back, whether it be in the form of time or service, to a program that has provided me so much, including the foundation for me to learn and grow as a person. I believe in this program, and I'm happy to report that I employ several generations of CTEX alumni. On a daily basis, I see elements of the program at work, which continually has lent to my professional successes and the opportunities to extend the same opportunity to the next generation of workforce. Upon approval of the General Assembly, I plan to continue to do so as a member of the board. I look first to employ products of CTEX, whether those who are currently or fully trained professionals or those in the making. I will continue to look to hire those who can fill roles within my organization, as well as reminding my peers at outside institutions the value of doing the same. My interest in CTEX also stems from my desire to see trades survive in Connecticut. As reflective of most of the country, the skilled trade workforce numbers are declining, and the ability to staff projects with skilled workers is becoming more and more difficult. I feel passionate about this, and I want to relay the importance with our students. I'm interested in sharing my experience and story, showing them what opportunities and successes a career in trades can have for them. I want to help them educate our youth about the various industries connected with the trades that they may not be aware of, and provide opportunities and access to those who may need mentoring or assurances that they too can succeed. Lastly, I want our trades to be a reflection of how the communities they work in look and support. I want to encourage students that look more like me, that they can join a trade, have success, garner respect from others, and provide a needed value. I think back to the progress CTEX has made since I was a student several years ago, and to where we are now and how we can continue to progress. I want to be a part of ensuring that this happens. I seek your confirmation for my nomination so that I can put my experience, dedication, passion, and sound judgment to work in service of Connecticut parents and students. I pledge to work tirelessly, assisting wherever I can, and carry out whatever task I am assigned to do in the best interests of CTEX. I would like to thank all the committee members here today for their time and their consideration, and I welcome any questions.
Great, thank you, and congratulations on your nomination. And thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Have you attended any meetings?
Yes, I've been on an interim basis since September.
Okay.
So every meeting since then I've been able to attend.
What is the, I guess, what is the come out of that from maybe what your expectation might have been going into it?
Well, first of all, I don't believe I realized the amount of staffing shortage right now within the trade school system. So how can we help, build that system back up for the actual people that are teaching our students? And right now it's an important time because we're looking for a superintendent as well for CTEX. And also, as I mentioned, trades are dwindling. And so how do we support both those who are past the high school age that are going back for night schooling and trades, how we support our current students that are thinking about careers. How do we help kind of push them in a direction where that can be supportive as well? So CTEX is huge and needs a lot of support. So I'm looking forward to helping with that.
What is your role in finding and placing a superintendent?
So we actually just had our first conversation about this last week. So we're going to be putting together RFP to look toward bringing a firm to help us find the superintendent.
And is it your decision on the board?
It is Dr. Ellen Sonic's final decision who will make it. So it's a recommendation that's put forward.
I see. Okay. Yeah. And we just had our new executive director here last week for testimony. So it seems like a lot of change at on the board. And I think it is important for us, and I'm assuming members of the committee would agree too, that it is important to have more of the trades more prominent here in the state of Connecticut. As you know, we try and we see a lot of people who are retiring right now, and we're not filling those positions quickly enough, and to make trades a real type of a pathway for folks who may not be interested in going to college or may want to go to college, get a business, some sort of business degree, and be in the trades and grow a business in the trades.
Absolutely.
You know, we always joke about when we have plumbers or electricians at our house, you need a college degree from an income standpoint to be able to pay for those costs when they're there at the house. So you definitely can earn a good living in the trades, especially with the bipartisan infrastructure bill and other bills that have come out of Congress. These positions are more and more important. So I think the role you have is one that is important. And talk a little, if you can just answer quickly, your experience as a student and somebody coming back on this board, the perspective you're bringing that may be a little bit unique to what others might have.
Okay. Well, I graduated over 20 years ago. And at that time, there weren't many trade students that looked like me in the trade school, to be honest with you. And now as you go back to trade schools now, you see how much more diversity there is in the trade schools. And that's encouraging as well. And when I think of what I've done in my career professionally, being in the trade for several years and then eventually coming into an administrative role. And it's all the result from the things I've learned back when I was originally at Cheney Tech. And then now where I'm in a position to join CTEX and go around to different trade schools and encourage students, because sometimes just because you go through the program doesn't mean that you're going to stick with the trade by the time you commencement or graduation comes along. So being able to be a face that someone can talk to, hear that they too can be successful, or what questions they may have about being in the workforce. So I think just being involved with CTEX allows me that opportunity to be a mentor to people, just like so many were mentors to me as I came through.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate that. And I do think you and the work that you're doing now, I think it brings a really great perspective to the board as well. And I would just say that, a lot of times I think people view the trades as and I guess probably I didn't make it eloquently, but the point I was trying to make earlier is that it doesn't need to be an either or. You don't need to be a tradesperson or somebody in business or a tradesperson or somebody with a college degree, because I do believe that you can be a tradesperson, but sometimes you do need an advanced degree, especially if you want to open a business and know how to run a business, because you do need it's separate skill sets.
Absolutely.
And at least in my opinion it is. And so like sometimes you'll find somebody in the trades who's very good at their art or their role that they have, but they may not be great on the other end of things. And I think you can have both, and that's how we can grow jobs here in the state of Connecticut as well. So I think there's a number of different ways in which we can support trades, but also make sure that it's not just going into one specific area, or silo, but it's something that provides openings to many different arenas as relates to the various funding that we're getting, or people who go in their own business or work for a small business themselves. So anyway, thank you again, and I'll pass off to my co-chair.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. Congratulations on your nomination and your willingness to serve. I don't have a question. It's more of a comment. When we had Dr. Solik here last week or the week before, we had a conversation on trying to prioritize, or me telling her to try to prioritize marketing the CTEC program. I think you guys have an amazing story to tell. You know, I was perusing the website that CTEC has, and just the data alone was encouraging, and something that I don't think enough people know about.
Right.
So I would hope as a board member, you would take that on as marketing the importance of CTEC, all the schools that are there, the graduation rates that you guys see as a community. I think it's an amazing story to tell. And the second point on, I guess, marketing or telling the story is that, you know, when people think of trades, they think of traditional trades, you know, electricians, plumbers, all that. But there's, you know, there's also in 2023, there's coding, right? There's gaming and, you know, making apps, things of that nature, where, you know, technology has kind of been in the forefront on that. So, so I think that's another thing that I think CTEC could take, where, you know, it's not the traditional trades that we all think of, but it's certainly the ones that are top of mind in 2023. So, you know, certainly feel free to comment on any of that, but it wasn't a question. I just wanted to put that out there, and in hopes that the board sees that as kind of a priority over the next few years.
No, I definitely agree. You can even see with there's media advancement, different skills that are in these trade schools already. So absolutely, I couldn't agree more. It's not just your traditional hammer and nails when you think of trades. There's so many different avenues. And I think what's encouraging is that the schools are ahead of the curve there. When you see some of them taking the trades already, or seeing what skills are needed for other trades that are coming along, even the aerospace programs that they have now as well. So certainly agree with your points there.
Well, I appreciate it. And again, congratulations, Mr. Hall. I think you're perfectly suited for this position, and we're encouraged that you're willing to serve on this important board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Concepcion. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Hall. You're very impressive. I really appreciate you stepping up. I think you're a great asset to the board, and I think you'll be a great asset to our young students. I do have a couple of questions. I visit Southern Connecticut University every summer, and we do a program for materials and manufacturing. They do it on a regular basis. Are you aware of that? And they do it with technical schools.
I am not aware of that particular program. I certainly do look forward to taking more time out to get involved with more of the various programs that we're involved in.
Yeah, if you get a chance, I think it's important. They do work with high schools in Connecticut, and if it was in a perfect world, I would love to see you and your organization go into the middle schools and start trying to promote technical trades there. And there's so many aspects, like you and the Chairman Duff and Chairman Concepcion has just discussed. There's so many other avenues besides carpentry, plumbing, electrician, which are all great trades. But I would love to see an early appetite for students, because by the time they're in high school, sometimes they'll think of traditionally going to college or not doing anything, and maybe down the road they'll get involved. But I think if you get them early, give that appetite, I think would be a positive thing. I don't know how you feel about that.
I couldn't agree more. Get me in front of those 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. And let's talk, and let's tell them about the different avenues there are, and also that the trades, that they're not boring, they're fun, they are creative, and you're building something. And I think there's nothing like, going to a job site or going to a building that you helped build or construct 20 years ago and say, hey, I remember working in this building, be able to tell your children about it or tell others about it. So I definitely think it starts at a young age, being able to reach those students' hearts. Absolutely.
It's funny you said that. So I worked construction for many years. And every time I go to this one place, it's a seafood chowder place in North Haven on the New Haven line. Every time I go in there, I said, I helped demo and rebuild this whole place, me and my buddy and my youngest son, like 20 years ago, when he was like in high school. But it's a great feeling that I knew that I fixed and renovated that building, and now they're utilizing it for a really good restaurant, takeout restaurant. But I appreciate your willingness to serve. Try to get involved, and you probably already are in the schools. You'd be a great mentor, I think, for our young students. Just keep doing what you're doing, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hall, by the way.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Quinn, followed by Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations, Mr. Hall, on your nomination. And, you know, you hit every point that I think is important in your opening remarks. My grandfather graduated from Wilcox in Meriden in the early 1930s. My niece is graduating from Wilcox in a couple of months. So the program has a lot of value in my eyes and in the eyes of my family. And I think it is great that we are putting someone on the board who's been through the system and knows, you know, what has worked and what hasn't worked. And hopefully the staffing issues can be straightened out, because I know Wilcox had to shut down a couple of times this school year because they just didn't have enough teachers. And, you know, my feelings have always been that we either expand the enrollment of the existing schools or we expand the number of schools, because I really think that too many kids are coming out of high school without enough of a direction. And I think the technical schools can provide that direction, especially for ones that aren't thinking about going to college or wanting to go to college. So again, you know, as Chairman Concepcion said, more of a comment rather than a question, but I'd be interested to hear a little bit more from you.
Well, I certainly agree on that point. I think when we think about the trades and you know, hearing your family has spent many years in it as well, the opportunities are there, and I think a lot of times we don't realize how many trades there are that are something of interest to our younger ones, or even those that are looking for a second career at this point, are going back because their career that they were on wasn't their career track that they were on wasn't what they thought it would be. So I think, you know, getting in front of people, drawing attention to the different programming that is available to them, because there's so many different trades in each of the 17 schools. There's overlap on a few of the trades, but for the most part, there's different skill sets that are being taught there. So having the opportunity to let people know what opportunities or options are out there for them, I think is important to the continued success of the program.
No, absolutely. And again, congratulations on your nomination, and I wish you well in this position, and very confident that you're going to bring a good voice to the committee.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Representative Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations. And I agree with my colleagues. I think you're the perfect fit, actually, for being on this board, based on your education and what your administration side of it as well. I grew up in the construction trade. So I'm familiar with a lot of what goes on in the trades. I have just a few things. What you mentioned, the contacting and reaching out to the kids, and I think there's definitely a paradigm shift taking place in our education system. We've been hearing for years, more than a decade now, about the gap that's existing regarding those that are retiring and those that we lack workforce, and not only in the trades, that sort of along with the manufacturing sector, but now today it's really blossomed to all the business sectors, the medical, IT, finance, etc. So, but getting to the kids, I think, is critical, exposing them to different career paths. And we can see the State Department of Education speaking to and encouraging school districts to developing different career paths based on their district workforce needs. But there are some kids that are sort of have not chosen higher ed, have not chosen perhaps a trade, military. The number that I've heard is about 30%. What type of discussions are you involved with regarding getting to those individuals before they some are graduating, but some are not graduating, right? So what type of discussions have you been involved with? regarding it?
I think it starts with marketing. We've spent some time talking about how do you market the CTEX program so people know that it's out there. You know, how do you find, you know, how do you get in front of people? What job fairs do you go to? I think it's, you know, some of our discussions that we've had have kind of circled around that in terms of how do you get people's attention. So I think you'll start to see more, whether it's advertisements on TV or more when you go onto the website, just more of a you know, a lively website or a lively ad, not something bland, but something that catches people's attention, and then draws attention to the experiences that those that are in the program are having. So I think that's one of the ways we're kind of looking at in terms of getting people in front of people.
Do you think there's more? And I say that because yesterday I participated in a forum in the Capitol regarding the capital workforce program. And I thought, what a great system we have. And then, you know, should we identify these individuals, particularly those that have dropped out, but I'm also talking about those that are going to be graduating and have no idea what they're going to be doing.
Right.
So, but I saw a sort of a little bit of a flaw in that, is that how do you get to them?
Right.
I hear you saying marketing, but it seems I didn't know about the system that was in place. And there was a handful of nonprofits or entities that, hey, once we know who they are, we can bring them somewhere.
Right.
So I just felt, gee, but we're addressing, I thought the number was like, I think I totaled up 4,000 on an annual basis, but the career just in the Hartford County alone was over 100,000 jobs, but we're only reaching 4,000 of these individuals. So marketing, if I didn't know about it, and the colleague next to me that I was sitting to, we had that brief discussion about that, he didn't know about this. How are we expecting a young 16-year-old who's dropping out, or someone who's 17, 18 and graduating, to know about these programs other than the marketing?
Well, I also think some of it too is, and not just within the trade schools, the regular high schools as well, is getting this information in the guidance counselors' hands as they're talking to these different students. Tell them that, they don't have to necessarily drop out, or there's night school programs within the trades. Again, identifying different career fairs and really emphasizing things there. But I think definitely working within the different guidance programs that are in different schools as well. Usually they have a good sense of who's teetering on the edge in terms of where these students may be looking, but maybe putting another option in front of them and say, well, what about this program? Or did you know that you could possibly do this? So I think it also speaks to having a partnership between the vocational schools and your regular high schools that are within towns.
Yeah, thank you. One last thing. We know that there's a teacher shortage in your VOTEC schools.
Yes.
So ideas for the certification, because that seems to be the issue, right? We have a lot of skilled workers who are retiring, would love to be a teacher and pass on what they've learned through their careers. What ideas are being brought forward regarding shortening that certification progress? Maybe you could speak to that.
Well, in my meetings thus far, we haven't gotten too deep into that area, but we have glossed over that. It's something that we definitely need to emphasize. But I would agree. I think if that commitment to get the teaching certificate could be adjusted anyway, you have several generations of workforce that are retiring right now that wouldn't mind either teaching on a substitute basis, a fill-in basis, or maybe helping out in the shop, just teaching the hands-on portion, or even helping out with the theory. So I think if anything that we can do to reduce that commitment would be helpful in encouraging the retiring workforce, or those that quite possibly can't do as physically what they used to do, but could do it more so in a classroom basis or setting. How can we help them or encourage them So I certainly agree with your thoughts there.
Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing a bottleneck. And I think with all the advocacy and all the talk about the career paths in particular, and the kids are going to be selecting these trade schools, knowing that, gee, I can get a license without spending a whole lot of money, a little bit of education, and I can make a really good career.
Yeah.
And but we need to solve the bottleneck issue regarding the teacher certification for the VOTEC schools. So I'm just curious, one last question. I saw licenses after license after license. How much in total fees are you paying for all your total licenses?
Well, thankfully, at a young age, I figured out the way to, just kind of handle, getting the education I needed without having to pay. So all the courses I took to get to the point where I've never had to pay for a course. I've always just used the different systems that Connecticut has made available to me. But in terms of the license fee, I'm more than happy to pay. It keeps me gainfully employed. But it's one of those things. It's a requirement that we have, and I'm more than happy to make sure I do my part when it comes to that.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. I think there's a bill about that too somewhere. Thank you, Senator. And one last thing I would just say that, the board that you're on is really very, very important because, we have so many job openings in the state that are manufacturing based. And again, as we have this funding coming from the infrastructure bill, what you're doing, I think, is one of the most important things that the voices we can have right now. And, obviously you're part of a board, so you're like the legislature, you're a voice amongst many. But as you go back, if you can relay some of these issues that you heard from the legislature, we'd appreciate it, because we do really think that the future of the state of Connecticut is tied into having the right amount of employees who have the skill sets to grow the economy and fulfill the needs that are out there, whether it's Sikorsky Pratt Electric Boat, whether it's being a plumber or electrician, whether it's working where you do. You can't outsource these jobs, and these are the jobs that will pay for a long time and provide good stable income and good retirement as well. So we appreciate it. Well, thank you. I don't see any other questions at all. So final question, anything in your past that might prove to be embarrassing to the committee, to the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you all.
Hey, that was our last witness today. We can close the public hearing, and Madam Clerk, let me know when we can open up the committee meeting. Okay, we will now open and convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee for Thursday, March 23rd, 2023. Here in room 1A of the Legislative Office Building, and on Zoom and YouTube for all of our fans around the world. And so we will start with item number 1. All right, we'll do the first one, which is Caroline Simmons of Stanford to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council. Is there a motion?
So move.
Representative Godfrey, is there a second? Second by Senator Martin. Any discussion? Not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion.
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey,
Yes.
Senator Kelly,
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Representative Yakarino,
Yakarino votes yes.
Representative Arnone, Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Representative Figueroa votes yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Agresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Are you okay, sir?
Now I am.
Representative Retigliano. Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Summers. That's your roll.
Thank you. We'll keep the votes open till 4 o'clock today. Number 2 is D. Lincoln Woodard of Glastonbury to be a member of the Judicial Review Council. Is there a motion? Moved
Second.
by Representative Concepcion, second by Representative Godfrey. Is there any discussion? Not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion.
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey.
Yes.
Senator Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Yakarino,
Yes.
Representative Arnone, Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin, Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Retigliano, Representative Sanchez,
Representative Sanchez votes yes.
Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is Brooke A. Foley of South Glastonbury, member of the Workers' Compensation Commission Advisory Council. Is there a motion? Moved by Representative Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Godfrey. Any discussion? Not, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes, please, Representative Sanchez.
Yes, Representative Sanchez will be recusing himself on this nomination.
All right, so noted. Any other comments by members of the committee? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff,
Yes.
Representative Concepcion.
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey.
Yes.
Senator Kelly,
Yes.
Representative Yakarino,
Representative Yakarino, yes.
Representative Arnone, Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin.
Yes.
Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Retigliano, Senator Summers.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is Gregory B. Noakes of Glastonbury to be reappointed as a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council. Is there a motion?
Second.
By Representative Concepcion, second by Representative Godfrey. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Sanchez will be recusing himself on this one as well.
Thank you. So noted.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Yes.
Representative Concepcion,
Yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey.
Yes.
Senator Kelly, Senator Kelly,
Senator Kelly votes yes.
thank you. Representative Yakarino,
Representative Yakarino votes yes. Thank you.
Representative Arnone, Representative D'Agostino, Representative Figueroa,
Representative Figueroa votes yes.
Senator Fonfara, Representative Gresco,
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Martin. Senator Moore,
Senator Moore votes yes.
Representative Nuccio, Representative Perillo, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Retigliano, Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our last one, Senate resolution for review is so senators only. Lance E. Hall of Windsor to be a member of the Connecticut Technical Education and Career System Board. Is there a motion? Moved by Senator Martin. I'll second the nomination. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Yes.
Senator Looney. Senator Kelly.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Senator Fonfara. Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner. Senator Martin.
Yes.
Senator Moore.
Senator Moore votes yes.
Senator Summers. That's the roll, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. We will hold the votes open till 4 o'clock. Madam Clerk, do you know when our next meeting is? Do we have one set yet? Okay, so we may have another meeting coming up soon. With that, the meeting is recessed.
Thank you.
Hi there. Hi, Wendy. What do you got for me? Take your time.
Just gonna step outside the hearing room so we don't have horrible feedback. Can you hear me okay now?
Yep.
No, but what they're finding is that.
If I'm in the hearing room and everything's still connected, it's horrible feedback, so just try to get out of there. Okay, just. Gregory Noakes of Glastonbury to be reappointed as a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Board.
I'm sorry, you kind of broke up there.
Oh, sorry. Gregory Noakes of Glastonbury be reappointed as a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council.
I'm a yes.
Brooke Foley of South Glastonbury to be a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council.
Yep. Yes, sorry.
Uh-oh. Don't die on me here. Okay. C. Lincoln Woodard of Glastonbury to be a member of the Judicial Review Council.
Yes.
Caroline Simmons of Stanford to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
Yes.
Okay, that's it. The other one was just a Senate resolution.
Perfect.
And that was the CTAC one.
Okay.
So we have on the books for the 4th, but we don't have any names yet. So once I get that, I'll send out. You know, you ain't sending out the email. I'll send something out as soon as I know.
Thank
so
you very much, Wendy. Have a
Take
good
care.
day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hi, Representative.
Hi, Wendy. How are you?
Oh, thanks. Got for you Caroline Simmons of Stanford to be a member of the Commuter Rail Council.
Yes.
E. Lincoln Woodard of Glastonbury to be a member of the Judicial Review Council.
Yes.
Brooke Foley of South Glastonbury to be a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council.
Yes.
And Gregory Noakes of Glastonbury to be reappointed as a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council.
Yes.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Wendy. I appreciate it.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Wendy, there?
I am.
I needed to vote. It's Representative Retigliano.
I know who you are. Okay. I have for you D. Lincoln Woodard of Glastonbury to be a member of the Judicial Review Council.
Yes.
I have that's Senate only. Caroline Simmons for Commuter Rail Council.
Oh, Representative Simmons. Now Mayor Simmons, yes,
Mayor.
I vote yes for her also.
She was only on by Zoom, so you only missed her that way.
Yeah.
Gregory Noakes of Glastonbury to be reappointed as a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council.
Yes.
And Rick Foley of South Glastonbury to be a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council.
That's yes also.
You are all set. Thank you very much, Representative.
Have a lovely weekend.
You too. Take care.
All right. Be well.
Bye. Hi there.
Hi, Wendy. Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's okay. I gotta run up and get Senator Looney quick after. Okay. Gregory Noakes of Glastonbury to be reappointed as a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council.
Yes.
Caroline Simmons of Stamford to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
Ah, good for her. Yes.
Yeah. Um, that one's Senate. D. Lincoln Woodard of Glastonbury to be a member of the Judicial Review Council.
Yes.
And Brooke Foley of South Glastonbury to be a member of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council.
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wendy, again. Sorry to keep you waiting. Appreciate it.
See ya.
Louis votes yes.
Lincoln Woodard of Glastonbury to be a member of the Judicial Council.
Louis votes yes.
Leah Paul Windsor to be a member of the Connecticut.
Louis votes yes.
Caroline Simmons of Stamford to be a member of the Commuter Rail Council.
Louis votes yes.
And Gregory Noakes of Glastonbury to be reappointed as a member of the Workers'
Louis votes yes. Okay. I'm surprised Caroline stay on there. Not just Mayor Stanford, just wants to stay on there. Yeah, yeah. I think Woodward is a good guy. He was one of the chair over here. I can find where